Welcome to the SCREAMATORIUM. Please excuse the mess. We had a little decapitation a few moments ago. Come inside, but be prepared to scream as if your life depended on it.
If you walk through Witch's Wood, past the hanging tree, then down Dead Man's Lane, over the wooden footbridge past Creepy Hollow, you will come to an ancient graveyard. They say it isn't safe for mortals to be here, especially after dark. For here is a place of twilight, a place occupied, they say, by half-beings. A twilight world of spirits, of ghosts of ghouls and banshees and apparitions from the netherworld of darkness and cold evil. Horrifying time warp of disembodied souls lost forever in purgatory. This is a place of black foreboding, a stark and terrifying area of strange and dreadful happenings. Better light the lamp. See its flickering shadows. They are shadows, aren't they? Most people whistle bravely to themselves as they pass this locality, or try to, in spite of a sudden dryness of the mouth and a quickening of the heartbeat. We are all brave enough when we can't actually see what's lurking behind us, aren't we? So if the hair on the back of your neck is rising, don't look back. Don't look back. Don't look back. and through the cemetery gate. Along the overgrown path. Be careful where you tread. There's really nothing to worry about just here. Is there? Everyone knows that manifestations of the supernatural are but figments of the imagination. Everyone knows that. Don't they? Don't they? Did say, be careful where you tread. Your next step could be your last. Perhaps we'd better shelter a while under that crooked old oak tree. The one struck by lightning many years ago. So, you see, lightning can strike in the same place twice. It can't be helped. I did try to avoid it, but we'll have to shelter in the old mausoleum. Rumor has it that vampires used to dwell there, but it was only a rumor. Someone did try to find out for sure, but he was never seen again. Shall we go in? Run for your life. Listen. Midnight. The witching hour.
cast a spell to send the tortured soul to hell! Familiar cat and jet black crow, flying broomsticks thrice times woe. I'll place a spell upon your head, spit 3 times, and then you're dead. Smiling gold and bats of hell, joined together for this spell. Poison berry, toadstool cats, snake bug venom, death monsters' entrails, dragon's breath, tongue of lizard, certain death. Web of spider, evil eye, cloak of darkness, you will die!
Some people don't believe in ghosts and the supernatural. Perhaps you are one of the unbelievers. However, I think I should warn you that at certain times and in certain places, the unbelievable does happen. But of course, it couldn't happen here, could it? Let's be careful, though. No sense in looking for trouble. Besides, sometimes the hunter becomes the hunted. careful of this bridge. I don't think it's very safe.
to be scared? Welcome to the SCREAMATORIUM.
There's a big, dark house near here. A very large, derelict house. It's known locally as Hangman's Folly. This old mansion, for that's what it really is built on a hill. A strange and barren hill. A place where birds don't sing and animals won't go. Horses shy, and dogs run with hackles raised in fright. Nothing much grows there anymore. It is a dank and desolate place where nobody stays for long. They say it's haunted, but we don't believe in such nonsense. Do we? Only the foolhardy would venture there at night. Mind the cobwebs. Stay close together, for this is the edge of darkness, the point of no return. Listen. Is that music I hear? This must be the organ room. This must be the gallery. What a chamber of horrors. Don't go up there. That's the belfry. It's full of bats. There's the mad professor, and he's conducting more electrical experiments. This must be the haunted ballroom. Look out! A snake pit. Where are we? We must be in the dungeons. gamekeeper and his hounds of hell. This is the room of eternal and deadly silence, where the unfortunate could hear a pin drop. I know how to get out of here. With dynamite and a long fuse. Good night. Sleep well.
night falls. The forest holds its breath. Everything is still. The blood-red moon stares through the trees. Suddenly, the wind blows. The trees shiver. A bat quivers in the night and flies away. Far into the woods, witches wail. Witches cackle. And cast their spells. A black cat cries at the moon. It is Halloween.
Leaving so soon? I wouldn't advise it. Angering the spirits isn't the best way to make it out alive. They actually prefer sacrifice. Perhaps a few drops of blood? Let's keep the mayhem coming with another hour of the SCREAMATORIUM. Are you prepared to be scared? Welcome to the SCREAMATORIUM.
And now, the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the series of radio dramas dedicated to the supernatural, the unusual, and the unknown. Come with me, my friends. We shall descend to the world of the unknown and forbidden, down to the depths where the veil of time is lifted, and the supernatural reigns as king. Come with me and listen to the tale of The Hangman's Rope.
Jim, it came from our right. We better take a look. Yeah. I hope nothing... Arnold! Huh? Look. Hanging from that tree, swinging back and forth. It's a man.
The Hall of Fantasy will present The Hangman's Rope in just a moment. And now for our story, an original tale of fantasy entitled The Hangman's Rope.
There is a legend, you know, a tale about the hangman. For 23 years, the executioner for the crown. Jack Ketch was his name, Governor. Jack Ketch.
I remember we were on our way back from the lake, Jim and Carol and I. And for some reason, we started back to the city later than usual. We hadn't been driving for more than half an hour when one of those sudden spring storms...
Now, where did that come from?
Someone said there might be a storm tonight, but I thought we'd be home before it broke. Well, we'd better put the wipers on.
We started back too late tonight.
What was it that held us up, Jim? I don't know. A lot of things. When I finally looked at my watch, I couldn't believe my eyes. Yeah.
Arnold, look out. There's a man right in front of the car.
Ah! You stay here, Carol. Come on, Arnie. We'd better take a look. Yeah, right. We didn't hit him, did we? I don't think so. Now, why would someone be out in the middle of the road on a night like this? There's a lot of crazy people in this world, Arnie. He must have been one of them. Yeah, I'm getting soaked. Now, he was just about here. I can't understand. Jim, look. Where? There beside the tree. I don't see anything. I guess I was wrong. You know, for a minute I thought I saw someone hanging from that tree. Oh, you must have been mistaken. You know, I can't figure this out, Arnie. That guy was out here on the road, right in front of us. I saw him just as plain as day. But now there's no one around. Yeah. We'd better get back to the car. Yeah, that's for sure. There's no sense looking back at that tree, Arnie. There's nothing back there. I don't know. I thought I saw someone swinging there back and forth with a rope around his neck. Oh, no, you couldn't have. Maybe it was some kind of optical illusion. It could have been a shadow or a branch or anything. Yeah, that's right. Anything. Well, there's the car.
Oh, you two must like it out there in the rain.
Are you kidding?
No, I'm not. All the time that you were out there in the rain, the man you almost hit was talking to me.
What did you say?
You heard me.
Oh, now, sis, wait a minute. I looked back at the car a couple of times. I didn't see anyone talking to you.
Well, I don't know what's wrong with your eyes, then. I asked him if we couldn't give him a lift. And he said, no, he only had a little distance to go.
Carol, honey, this is the truth. We didn't see anyone near this car.
No. Look, I can prove it. He insisted I take this... Oh, that's strange.
What?
He was such an unusual man. Not American. He insisted that I accept a ring from him. Practically forced it on me. I put it in my pocket, and And now it's gone. And in its place, there's a funny little piece of rope. Shaped like a hangman's noose.
I knew Carol wasn't lying to us. I asked her if she would let me have the little piece of rope. After I dropped them off at their place, I went home, took it out, and set it on the table. I can't explain it, but there was something about that rope which seemed old. It was made of hemp, the kind of rope you would imagine Jack Ketch might have used 250 years ago when he was the hangman. That night, as I slept, my sleep was troubled. In my dreams, there was a huge black gallows. I saw a man climbing the stairs to his death. He reached the top and stood there. Standing beside him was a black hooded man. He raised his hand and the trap door sprung open. There was a scream. And then I saw this man swinging back and forth. His face was hidden from me, yet there was something strangely familiar about him. I felt as if I knew him quite well.
We'll return to the tale of the hangman's rope in just a moment. Back now to our tale of fantasy entitled The Hangman's Rope.
When I awoke from my dream, I couldn't get back to sleep. For in the black blankness of sleep, I had come into contact with death. As the morning approached, I fell into a nervous sleep. I was awakened. Hello?
Arnie, this is Carol. Could you meet Jim and me for lunch today?
What time?
About 1?
I hope you'll forgive me if I don't sound awake, Carol. I just couldn't sleep last night.
I didn't sleep either, Arnie. I'll see you at 1.
Then I guess I wasn't the only one who missed out on sleep last night, huh?
That's right. I don't know what it was, but I had the craziest dream. When I woke up, I couldn't get back to sleep.
But that's what happened to me, too.
What kind of dream was it, Carol?
Well, everything was dark and gloomy. I seemed to be watching an execution, an old-time execution, maybe 200 or 300 years old. A man walked up the steps of the gallows. Another man was there with a black hood over his head. He raised his arm. The trapdoor opened, and
the man swung back and forth, and there was something familiar about him. Isn't that right?
Yes, but how did you know?
Because my dream was the same as yours, sis. Exactly the same.
Jim's and my vacations were due the following week. We decided to spend it up at the lake, where his family had a cottage. Carol said she might be able to join us on the last weekend, but not before that. Jim and I left the following Friday night.
Well, I can certainly use this vacation. And maybe we can catch a few northerns this time, huh?
Maybe. Is your family going to come up here while we're there?
No. Carol will be up the last weekend, that's all.
Mm-hmm. Well, then I guess we'll have the place to ourselves, huh?
Yeah, I guess so. Hey, why are you stopping here?
Last Sunday night, this is where we stopped. I'm going to get out and take a look at the side of the road for a minute.
Oh, Arnie, why don't you forget about it?
I just want to check it, that's all. That's the tree, isn't it?
I think so.
On that limb. That's where I saw him hanging.
Oh, just thinking about it makes me nervous. Come on, let's go back to the car.
All right.
Carol said that while we were out of the car, she was talking to the fellow we saw.
If that's the case, I can't understand why we didn't see him, too. You know, Jim, there just wasn't enough time for him to get away from the car without our seeing him. Unless...
Unless what?
Unless he was never there.
Oh, but that could... Arnie! Look!
On the car seat. Another little piece of rope. Before I could stop him, Jim threw the little noose out into the darkness. A little piece of rope, an inanimate thing, coiled and twisted, which somehow seemed to be alive. We reached the cottage perhaps half an hour later, and though we were both disturbed by what had happened, still it didn't interfere with our sleep. The next day, we went out fishing early, had little luck, and were on our way back to the cottage when the woman who owned the property next door stopped us.
Good morning, Mr. Stanley.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Bennett.
Out for the weekend?
Well, for the next 2 weeks. Oh, excuse me, Mrs. Bennett, this is Arnold Slade.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Slade.
Well, thank you. Same here.
You must be that young man that Carol's going to marry.
Yes, that's right.
She'll make you a fine wife, Mr. Slade. Yes. The reason I stopped you, Mr. Stanley, is this.
Mm-hmm.
There's something strange going on out here.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, the constable came by the other day and asked me if I'd seen any strangers here. A couple of people have died over on the other side of the lake. And the constable ain't been able to find out what happened.
How did these people die?
Well, that's what's so strange about it. Both of them were killed by hanging.
Hanging?
That's right. Old Mr. Taylor, who lived about a mile down by the shore, he was one of them, and he couldn't hardly walk. They found him swinging from a tree, but he was several feet off the ground, and nobody can figure out how he got up there.
What the woman had said frightened me. It seemed as if we were getting deeper and ever more deeply into something from which we would never be able to get away. That night, it was Saturday, Jim and I went out for a walk. It was a particularly dark night. The moon was obscured by clouds, and as we walked along, I could hear the chirping of many crickets, and occasionally a bullfrog's hoarse voice raised in protest.
Arnold, this thing has me worried.
In what way, Jim?
This whole thing. Last Sunday night and today when we stopped by the tree. And then what Mrs. Bennett told us.
I've been thinking about it, too.
Well, that's strange.
What?
The crickets have suddenly stopped. It's too quiet.
Jim,
it came from over there. We better take a look.
Yeah. It's too quiet, just as you said.
There must be something terribly wrong up here.
I hope nothing...
Arnold,
huh?
Look. Hanging from that tree, swinging back and forth. It's a man.
What are we going to do?
We better cut him down.
No, we better call the authorities first.
I guess you're right. Come on, Mrs. Bennett's got a phone. If we hurry, we may be able to get out a great deal of help to the authorities.
Jim, did you notice how high that branch was?
I saw it.
Yes? Why, Mr. Stanley, it's you.
Mrs. Bennett, may we use your phone?
Well, I suppose so. Come in.
Thanks.
Thank you.
But it's in the other room.
Thanks.
What's the matter, Mr. Slade? It looks like something's happened to upset you two.
Well, it has. It certainly
The
has.
constable? Why, what's happened?
We were out for a walk.
Yes?
We heard a scream.
I think you'd better
We
get out
ran
here
to where
right away.
the scream had
We
come
found a
from,
dead
and
man hanging from a
we
tree.
found a man hanging from a tree.
That's right, hanging. Yes, we'll stay here at Mrs. Bennett's. Yeah, thanks.
Oh, what you're telling me the truth, young man?
That's the truth, ma'am.
Mr. Stanley, is what Mr. Slade told me the truth?
I'm afraid it is.
Oh, then no one is safe around here. I wonder who it was.
What difference does that make, Mrs. Bennett? A man's been murdered.
It makes a lot of difference, Mr. Slade. If it was Bill Roberts, then it was just like the other two. I saw him just the other day, and he said someone was playing a joke on him, that he'd been sent a little piece of rope shaped in the form of a noose.
You are listening to the tale of The Hangman's Rope on this week's journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy. We'll return to our story in just a moment. And now, back to our story, entitled The Hangman's Rope.
A little piece of rope. Both Jim and I stared at each other for a moment. It might be coincidence. We knew that, but it was difficult trying to make ourselves believe that. About half an hour later, the constable arrived.
You two found him, that right, Mr. Stanley?
That's right.
We were out taking a walk. We heard a scream, and then we found him.
Can't make heads nor tails out of this. 3 of them. 3 deaths in 2 weeks, all the same way. They all received a little piece of rope just before they died.
A little piece of rope.
Yeah, that's right. I say all 3. I ain't seen the body yet, but I have a pretty good idea who it is, Bill Roberts.
It's enough to make a person afraid of the dark, Constable.
Yeah, ain't it? Well, I want you two to take me to him.
I'll go, too.
No, you stay here. You stay off the phone.
Oh.
I don't want the rest of the people to hear anything about this, at least for the time being. Things are bad enough as it is. All right, come on, let's go. Now, remember what I said, Mrs. Bennett.
Don't you worry none, Constable.
I hope that woman stays off the phone. The whole county will be in an uproar if she doesn't.
Do you have any idea who's behind these deaths?
No, I haven't.
Funny thing, he was up so high. I don't see how he could have gotten up there by himself.
I only wish I had something to work on. Well, we'll see if he's just like the others in a little while. How far away was he?
There he is, Constable.
I want to get a look at his face. Yeah. I was afraid of that.
Who is it?
Bill Roberts.
But how did he get up there?
The branch is 20 feet off the ground. It'd take an acrobat to climb that tree. Bill wasn't any acrobat.
Well, how did he get up there?
I don't know. 3 people received pieces of rope, and then a couple of weeks later, we find him hanging from a tree. You tell me the answer.
We cut him down, but it took almost an hour to get up on that branch to do it. We put him in the constable's car and drove him back to town. Before he left, we told him that we, too, had received the little gift, the noose of rope, which had been, in 3 instances, the forerunner of death. When we got back to the cottage, we had a bite to eat, and seeing as we weren't in the mood to sleep, we sat down to read. I picked up a little book I hadn't seen before and read it from cover to cover. It held an eerie fascination, and I wasn't able to put it down till the last page had been turned, the last word read. Jim? Where did you get this book?
I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen it before. Why?
It looks like a first edition of 200 years ago.
Well, let me see it.
Here.
A short history concerning the mysterious reappearance of Jack Ketch, a hangman who served as executioner for 23 years. I've never seen this book before.
Well, then how did it get here?
I don't know. Jack Ketch. Say, he was the hangman in England who took too much pleasure in his work, isn't that right?
I think so.
How much of this did you read?
All of it. It's not very long.
And
this is what I got out of it. Before he died, the book says he had made some kind of a pact with an evil power. It seems they actually do have a written copy of that agreement somewhere in England. And there's his signature, and an illegible scrawl that no one has ever been able to decipher. The pact promises life after death for him in exchange for certain services. Then the book says that year after year some rather mysterious deaths have occurred. They find the victims hanging from the branch of a tree, a tree almost impossible to climb. And the book also says that each of the murdered people received a little piece of rope before their deaths, identical to the ones Jack Ketch used as executioner. That is the warning. The warning of death to follow.
But that's impossible. The man's been dead for over 250 years.
That's right, he's dead. But the rest of the story, it's exactly the same thing that's happening to us. 2 days later, in late evening, the rest of the story unfolded. Jim had gone down to the store to pick up some cigarettes. I'd been down to the shore doing a little fly casting and had started back up to the cottage. I was surprised at how quickly night had fallen. I wished that I'd brought along a flashlight. From somewhere across the lake, I heard the cry of a dog, and the sound of it filtered through and was carried along by the night air. For some reason, I became unaccountably nervous. I stopped walking. I felt someone was watching me. Then from the darkness of the trees, a man emerged.
Here now. Where be you going?
Well, back up to my cottage. I was doing some fly casting till night came.
Any luck?
No. I'd better be going.
No need to hurry. Why? Nice out here, ain't it?
I suppose so.
Strange thing, you know. The little creatures, they stopped.
Little creatures?
That's right, Governor. Crickets and the frogs. They stopped talking.
Yes, they have.
You frightened me, Governor?
Of course not. What are you laughing at?
You wouldn't understand it, Governor.
Is that you down there, Mr. Slade?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Bennett.
Do you mind if I join you?
No, of course not.
Ah, good.
I'd better be going, eh, Governor? I'll see you another time.
Who are you talking to?
I don't know. He just stepped out of the darkness, and there he was.
Well, I guess he's gone now.
Yes, I guess he is.
Where's Mr. Stanley?
He went down to pick up some cigarettes. He should be back soon.
Well, the constable told me to tell you that he'd be out tonight.
Oh, thank you.
Would you mind walking me back to my place, Mr. Slade? It's rather frightening out here when it's this dark.
I'll be glad to.
That man you were talking to, what did he look like?
Well, I don't know. I couldn't see his face. He had an accent. It sounded like he might have come from London.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
I can't understand it. The crickets and frogs, they've been starting and stopping all night. They must be afraid of something.
Every time they stop...
What'd you say?
Every time they stop, something happens.
Arnold, where are you?
I'm walking Mrs. Bennett back to her cottage. Anything wrong?
No, I got back from the store and I was wondering where you were. It's just that I have a strange feeling that something is going to happen.
Let's go up to our place, Mrs. Bennett. Maybe the constable will want to see you, too.
That's a good idea. Land's sakes, Mr. Slade. The strangest things have been happening out here lately.
Arnold!
We'll be right there, Jim.
Well, there's someone up here now. I thought I went...
Jim!
Something's wrong, Mr. Slade.
I don't know. Jim! What's the matter? Answer me!
Mr. Slade, look! Oh, hanging from that tree. It's Mr. Stanley.
There is a legend, you know. A tale about the hangman. For 23 years, the executioner for the crown. Jack Ketch was his 9, Governor. Jack Ketch.
So runs tonight's tale of the unusual, the terrifying, the unknown. Join us again when next we journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy to hear another strange tale of the supernatural. All characters and events portrayed in these programs are fictional, and any similarity to actual events or persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
Don't cry, scream! My, you seem a bit disturbed. Are our ghoulish friends frightening you? Don't worry. They can always calm your nerves by putting you out of your misery and into a casket. Another hour of the Screamatorium begins right now. Don't close your eyes.
as a terrible storm, and all the lights have gone out. You awaken, not to thunder, but to the incessant beat of a heart under your bed. Do you dare look under the mattress, or with trembling fingers pull the covers high over your head? When an otherworldly chill is in the air, and the wind calls your name, when the hounds bark as if possessed, do you raise your collar and quicken your pace, or laugh at your fanciful imagination? Could you spend a night alone in a house by the sea, a house where the walls cry and the spirits are restless? But you don't believe in such nonsense, do you? Not in ghosts, or ghouls, or vampires. Not in raising the dead, or tales of terror, or the black arts. Now do you? So come with me past this wrought iron fence. Some call this place the Valley of Unrest, but it's just an old graveyard, a place of everlasting sleep, isn't it? There's nothing here but crumbling headstones overrun by grass and weeds, large tombs, foreboding and long forgotten, decaying trees with claw-like branches that dip into the surrounding mist. Hold that lamp high. The night is starless, and the moon rides on dark, ominous clouds. What was that? Oh, don't look back. Don't even dare. Better not to know what might be there. Just keep walking. Toward the hill, up ahead. On the other side is a town of the living, of warm hearth and cheer. They say this cemetery is a shortcut, though the locals never walk it. At least, not after dark. They talk of ghosts and spirits and screaming banshees, of disembodied souls lost in a netherworld between life and the hereafter, of premature burials where victims cry out with their final breath, of the uninvited who stalk these grounds, though if the truth be told, it is we who are truly the uninvited. Good thing we weren't standing under that tree. Dead Man's Hill. Somehow we've become lost in the swirling mist and lashing rain, surrounded in every direction by pillars and headstones and tombs. Can you hear the beating of your heart? Feel the hair on your neck stand. What horrible fate befell those who tread this path before us. The storm grows worse. Better take shelter in that old mausoleum.
We'll tear your soul apart. Just a little bit closer. We have such sights to show you. Are you prepared to be scared? Welcome to the SCREAMATORIUM.
Night falls. The forest holds its breath. Everything is still. The blood-red moon stares through the trees. Suddenly, the wind blows. The trees shiver. A bat quivers in the night and flies away. Far into the woods, witches wail. Witches cackle. And cast their spells. A black
rise at the moon. It is Halloween. From out of their hiding places, goblins step and laugh and dance. The moon is a circle of ghosts in the sky. The wind whistles around the corners of the house. Shadows fall outside the windows. Strange, unnatural sounds.
What was that?
In the distance, the sound of bones. Skeletons rising slowly. Slowly from their graves. Finger bones. Hand bones. Arm bones, a grinning skull, backbones, leg bones, toe bones, rising, bones moving this way. Dancing in the ghostly moonlight. And a jack-o'-lantern laughs. Now, pirates. spirits. Monsters. Witches. Wheeze and whistle. Threaten and yell. Ring bells. Bang pans. Scare parents? Overturn cans. And nothing will stop them. Nothing at all. Except lollipops and apples and chocolates and nuts. The jack-o'-lantern laugh and laugh. It is Halloween.
I used to travel from New York City to London. I was always afraid to go by airplane. Air flight always made me sick. So I would always travel by boat. Ah, yes. The many boat rides I took. I can remember all of them now. And I met many people on these boat rides. Every once in a while, I would meet a friend. And I can remember one especially whose name was Cowley. He and I both suffered from the same thing, insomnia. We couldn't sleep at night. And so we would while away the time playing billiards in the ship's billiard room. And it was on such a night as this that something happened. All of a sudden, the ship gave a start. I don't know what happened. Maybe it had hit a mine unreclaimed from the Second World War. The ship jiggled. Cowley was worried. He had fallen on the floor, and he picked himself up and sat himself in a chair on one side of the room, and I sat on the other side. Do you think they'll send people to rescue us? He said. I don't know. They probably will. But when? When will it be? I don't know. The lights flickered and grew dim again, and this time the lights went out. Now we were in complete darkness. But here in this room, we had a pocket of trapped air. How long it would last, I don't know. A day, a week, a month. That was asking too much. When will they come? Asked Cowley again. I don't know when they'll come. Will they come? I don't know that either. But they probably will. They'll be here soon. How does anyone know that the ship even had an accident? They'll know. Rescuers will come. Don't worry. I could put up with anything. Anything at all if it wasn't for this pain in my stomach. I knew from that moment on I had to stay awake. I couldn't see Cowley because it was dark, but I knew that I had to stay awake to make sure that nothing happened. And from time to time he would oh, yes. He would laugh and mumble to himself. And sometimes he might say something. He would say something like, I know what happens to people in our situation. I'm not quite sure I understand what you mean. You don't understand what I mean. Of course you do. People who are captured like us with no food, after a while get hungry. And where do you think they get that food? I'm not quite sure what you mean. Oh. Yes, you are. You know what I mean. People who are caught in a situation like us begin to eat each other. What? You're crazy, Cowley. Please don't say that again. If it wasn't for this pain in my stomach, I could endure anything. I knew that I had to stay awake. I had to make sure that I did not fall asleep, because I felt that if I fell asleep, Cowley might attack me. So I listened for his heavy breathing. And then daylight came, and we could see a shaft of light come down through one of the windows. So we hadn't fallen that far. Maybe we were on a shelf, not too far from the surface. Do you think they'll come today? Said Cowley. When it was light out, he seemed to be more happy. I said, I don't know. But as time went on, as the day went on, and no rescuers came, Cowley began to get sullen again and moody. This pain in my stomach. And it became dark again. I sat in my chair, and I could hear the heavy breathing of Cowley across the room. I didn't know whether he was sleeping or not. Every once in a while, he would laugh or mumble once again. So for the second night, I stayed awake. And then it became dawn again. Once again, Cowley began to ask more questions about rescuers and when they would come. If they haven't come by now, he said, they're not going to come at all. There's not going to be any rescuers. The only people we can depend on are ourselves. It became night again, and I tried to stay awake. I tried to keep my eyelids open. But try as I could, I started to fall asleep. I woke myself up a couple of times. But then I must have really fallen off. I woke up and Cowley's hands were around my neck. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe. And I reached out with my hand. I tried to push him away. Away. Oh, I couldn't take it. I couldn't breathe. And I felt my finger go into his eye. And I felt the warm jelly of his eye on my finger. And I put it in my mouth and ate it. And I pushed him away. He fell down. I stepped up. I reached out and I could feel the billiard table. I felt one of the cues. I grabbed one of the cues and I held it out, and as Cowley came toward me, I stuck the billiard cue right down his mouth. And he fell over. The billiard cue hit the floor, and it went through the back of his head and cracked. And he made sort of a gurgling sound as he went down. That was 3 days ago. I could take anything if it wasn't for this pain in my stomach. Cowley's all gone now, and I'm hungry again.
Good evening. Step inside the Screamatorium. You have entered the lair where fear begins. Try to avoid angering our in-house apparitions, or this could be your last night among the living, and your first night with us. you prepared to be scared? Welcome to the SCREAMATORIUM. Good evening. Step inside the Screamatorium. You have entered the lair where fear begins. Try to avoid angering our in-house apparitions, or this could be your last night among the living, and your first night with us.
Roma Wines present Suspense.
This is the Man in Black, here to introduce this weekly half hour of Suspense. Tonight from Hollywood, we bring you as star Mr. Orson Welles as the protagonist of Kurt Siodmak's novel Donovan's Brain. And now with Donovan's Brain, and with the performance of Orson Welles as Dr. Patrick Corey, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
As I sit now outside my laboratory door, writing, under the heading Experiment 87, this final entry in my casebook, I know that these are the last words I shall ever write upon this earth. I neither ask nor expect forgiveness, now or hereafter. But for those who seek some explanation, I refer them simply to this casebook. Let them read it carefully, from its first entry on that ill-starred day of July the 13th. July 13th. Today I bought a small capuchin monkey from an organ grinder. The animal trembled with fear when I took it into my laboratory, and when I tried to pet it, it bit me. But I had to make it trust me completely. Fear causes an excess secretion of adrenaline, resulting in an abnormal condition of the bloodstream which would throw off my observations. So I fed it carefully, and finally the creature voluntarily crept up into my arms, uttering little whimpers of content. When it laid its head against my shoulder, I stabbed it with a surgical lancet. It died instantly. Well, David, what do you think of it?
Well, it's pretty amazing, all right.
You see what I've done, don't you?
I think so.
You think so? Good Lord, don't you know?
Well, after all that, I'm only a second-year medical student.
What of it? When I was a second-year student, What is it?
It's me, Janet.
Hello, dear.
Patrick, Dr. Schraub is here to see you.
Oh, come on in, Doctor.
You know our son David, of course.
Yes, of course. How are you, my boy?
Fine, thanks, Doctor.
Well, Patrick, hard at it as usual, I see.
Patrick, you didn't eat the lunch I sent in.
What is it this time, Patrick?
It's a brain.
What?
A monkey's brain.
Oh.
What about the brain, Patrick?
I'm trying to see how long I can keep the tissue alive.
Oh, is that it? In that jar?
Mm-hmm. There's considerably more to it than just a jar, though. Want to see how it works?
Is it still alive?
In a way, yes. It's a fairly simple device. Actually, Doctor, a variation on Carrel's mechanical heart. The brain lies in a bath of blood serum. These rubber arteries are fixed to the vertebral and internal cartilage arteries of the brain, and the blood substance is forced through the cycle of Willis to feed the tissue. Over there, I've installed a small rotary pump that forces the blood circulation, you see?
But how do you know it's alive?
Very easy to determine. The brain, when functioning, gives off infinitesimal electrical impulses. They can be measured. As a matter of fact, I've hooked the ampligraph to a small amplifying system. The brain impulses can actually be heard. Here, I'll turn it on. Quite effective, isn't it?
Yes, it's effective. And it's wrong, Patrick. Terribly wrong.
I've tried to tell him that.
In heaven's name, what's wrong with it?
Oh, Patrick, you and your mechanistic philosophy. Trying to reduce life to a mere matter of chemicals and test tubes. The origin of life is from a higher domain than that, Patrick. And you're profaning it.
Can't stop the progress of science. Every discovery of whatever kind is a step forward. Yeah. If I can prove that the brain can perform certain functions outside the body, who knows where we may be able to go from there?
Patrick, How do you know that thing in there doesn't feel pain? Oh. How do you know it isn't writhing in agony?
Brain tissue itself is insensitive, you know that, but as to feeling, look, I'll switch on the encephalograph. Notice the faintness of the amplified alpha rays. Notice the comparatively slow rate of pulsation. Now, notice what happens when I tap on the glass jar.
It thinks.
My dear Schrott, I wouldn't go so far as to say that, but it certainly shows marked reactions to an external stimulus.
I wouldn't have believed it possible.
The trouble with you is, Schrott, that you don't really believe in science.
Well, have it your own way, Patrick. But when you can manufacture love and sympathy and kindness in a test tube, I'll be back.
You leaving?
Yes. Oh, Patrick. Do me a favor, Patrick. Shut off the pump and let that poor thing in there die.
Let it die. If it were within my power to grant, that little brain would live forever. July 18th. I'm utterly exhausted from lack of sleep, but the events of the past 5 days have been of such tremendous importance that I must set them down while every last detail is still fresh in my mind. For I've had no time to make an entry in this record since the day last week, it seems months ago now, when I'd first my partial success with the brain of that little monkey. That time, however, it seemed to me that I was doomed to disappointment. In spite of all my efforts, the brain of the monkey ceased to live at 12:14 that night. Tired and disheartened, I lay down to sleep on the cot in my laboratory. But at that very moment, fate was contriving an occurrence which now seems destined to have the most profound effect not only upon my own existence, but perhaps upon that of all mankind. Hello? Oh, what is it?
Dad.
Come in, Dad. What's the matter?
It's Dr. Schrott. There's been an accident or something. He's pretty upset.
All right. I'll come along with you.
Oh, Patrick, thank heavens, my boy.
What's the matter?
Oh, there's been a plane crash on the mountain. Only one of them was left alive, and I have brought him this far, but he needs an immediate operation.
Your job over? You're a county physician?
Patrick, it's multiple fractures of both legs. The arteries are severed. The legs will have to be amputated.
And you're not in any shape to do the job, Well, it's not my fault, really. Take him to the Phoenix Hospital. I'm not going to take the responsibility.
It's too far. We'd never get there in time. Patrick, please, it may mean a man's life, and
your job as county physician.
Oh, I'm not thinking of that, but he's an important man. William H. Donovan.
Donovan? Donovan, the Wall Street Donovan?
Yes, you've got to help me, Patrick.
What are his chances?
About even, if we hurry.
Well, bring him in.
Oh, thank you, Patrick, thank you.
Better get some things on, David. You may have to help. We'll use the laboratory table. Before you go, put the instruments in the sterilizer and don't forget the Geely saw.
Right. Oh, but
what?
Well, I thought the Geely saw was only used
for brain surgery, not always. Hurry. They'll bring him in now from the car.
Okay, Dad.
In here. Now, carefully.
Put him right up on this table, please.
There's Doctor.
Take it easy with him. Now get yourself in a gown and gloves, Doctor, right over there. You won't have time to scrub.
Yes, thanks, Patrick.
Bad, isn't it? Pulse rapid, heart very faint.
I wasn't sure we'd even make it
David, half cc
yes,
of
Dad?
adrenaline, 1 to 1,000 intravenous.
Right.
You men can go now.
Is there anything else we can do?
No, thank you.
Patrick, don't you think...
I'd rather we were alone if you don't mind, gentlemen.
Good night, then, Dr. Schrott.
Very good.
Doctor.
Good night.
Now, David, if you remove the blanket from his legs, that's it. Let's see now.
There, you see? Fortunately, a forest ranger got to him right after the crash and had sense enough to put a tourniquet on each leg.
Man.
Even so...
Sure. We'll get it. Sure.
What's he saying?
Oh, something like, sure. He said it over and over.
I hadn't realized he was deformed.
Doesn't show as much in his pictures. Patrick, I think we ought to begin.
There's no use amputating his legs.
No use?
He's dead anyway by morning. Well, won't he?
I suppose you're right, Patrick.
You know I'm right.
But still, we ought to try. We can't refuse to operate just because...
We are going to operate syringe, please, David, the large one.
Here you are, Dad.
Spinal anesthetic. You give it, Dr. Schrott.
Right.
Scalpel, please, David. And the Geely saw.
Geely saw? Patrick.
Well?
No, Patrick. I won't let you.
After your performance tonight?
But, Patrick, he's still alive.
Precisely. My mistake with the monkey was that he was dead. I don't intend to make it again. Come, David. The scalpel.
Patrick, are you out of your mind? You're taking a man's life.
I'm giving him life. Donovan would die anyway. For a while at least. Donovan's brain will live.
Better hurry. He'll be coming for the body pretty soon.
Go now, David.
Well, I think I will.
David, you understand, of course.
I understand.
Not a word to your mother, to anyone.
I understand.
Good boy.
Did you put something in the skull cavity so the eyes won't fall in?
I filled it with cotton, bandaged the whole cranium. It'll look like any head injury.
I hope nobody gets any ideas about an autopsy.
Autopsy? You're the coroner. You can stop that. Look, Trot, this is a chance that comes once in a lifetime. William Donovan had one of the greatest minds, has one of the greatest brains in the world today.
And now you have it. It's
Turn on
Marius
the
Patrick.
encephalograph. Simple alpha waves?
Yes, no different from the monkeys. You can't take a human brain out of its body and expect it to function.
I suppose not, but Trot, did it ever occur to you that the brain might simply be asleep?
Asleep?
Certainly. An operation like that is a severe shock. Tap on the glass.
Good Lord.
Delta waves. It was asleep. He woke it up.
It's actually conscious.
See? There are 3 of us conducting this experiment now, Trot. You, me, and William Horace Donovan. July 25th. I've moved my bed into the laboratory, but I've scarcely slept in 6 days. There can no longer be any doubt that the brain responds like a sensitive seismograph to vibrations near it, imputing the sound of my voice. Yet I found no method of communication with it. I've devised a simplified Morse code consisting of taps on the glass container together with voice vibrations. Perhaps I can teach the brain. July 30th. Trot has come to stay with me, half out of the feeling that he shares with me a common guilt, half out of scientific curiosity. I've scarcely seen him. Both David and Janice have been avoiding me. Not that I really care. Been tapping out my code on the side of the brain's container endlessly, day and night, over and over 1,000 times, so that a baby could learn it. If the brain can learn. I sleep only when the brain itself falls into exhausted slumber. When it wakes again, I resume my tapping. I resume it. Trot, wake up!
Yes, Patrick.
Get up, hurry!
What's the matter?
There's something...
Come! I want you to see something.
Patrick, you look like a ghost.
Come on, back to the laboratory. I can't believe it myself. I may have been dreaming, delirious.
What's happening?
Come on. You hear that? Listen. The delta waves.
It seems disturbed.
You've got to check my observations for me. If my reasoning is wrong, tell me. I can't be sure of anything anymore.
Yes.
Now listen carefully. You know that I've been trying to communicate with the brain in code. Now, if I were able to cause a distinctive pattern of the brain's delta waves by a specific command in code, if the brain responded with the same pattern of sound each time I issued the command, it would prove that I'd succeeded in communicating with the brain, wouldn't it?
Yes,
It would
Patrick,
prove
I think
it. Now,
it would.
listen. Donovan. If you understand, think 3 times of the word talk. 3 times. Talk. Talk. Talk.
It answered. It spoke.
Then I'm right.
It's true. This thing has learned to talk.
July 31st. Schrott is romanticizing, of course. The delta pattern is so infinitely complex that it would be utterly impossible ever break it down into specific words, yet that it understands me, that it's trying to communicate with me is certain. Schrott suggests mental telepathy, that I try to make my mind a blank, as the mediums call it, while at the same time increasing the energy content in the plasma that feeds the brain in the hope of stepping up the brain's electrical potential, as one would step up the power of a radio station naturally. Telepathy is nonsense, but the feeding theory intrigues me. I shall try it. August 12th. Noticed today for the first time 2 distinct nodules of new brain cells on the frontal lobex. Electrical potential is increased to 510 microvolts. I've begun smoking cigars, although I've always hated them before. Nerves, I expect. August 22nd, nodules still growing, electrical potential 1450, but with no observable results. I've lately felt a compelling urge to know more of Donovan's life. I've collected every available scrap of information about him. A strange man. Ruthless, actually evil in many ways, but an extraordinarily brilliant mind.
Sure. It will be the test. You agree? Of course. Sure.
Patrick! Wake up! Patrick!
What is it?
I thought I ought to wake you, Patrick. You were moaning in your sleep, talking.
Talking? What did I say?
I'm not sure, but your voice was so strange.
Janice, what's the matter?
Oh, it's nothing. I was dreaming. That's all. Janice woke me up.
Patrick, let me see your hand.
What do you mean see your
hand?
No,
the other one.
What about it?
You're not left-handed, are you?
No.
Then why have you got ink on the fingers of your left hand?
Well, I don't know.
Were you writing anything tonight?
No, I'm not writing anything.
You must have been, Patrick. Here it is, right here on your desk.
Oh, nonsense. Wait. Let me see it.
You've been writing his name. William H. Donovan.
William H. Donovan. Schrott. That's not my handwriting. It's...
What?
Don't you see what it means? The brain has communicated with me.
Patrick, you don't...
Look here. Look at this magazine article. Here's a reproduction of his signature, and he was left-handed, too. It says so here.
It's exactly the same.
What a fool I've been. Look at this picture, smoking a cigar with his left hand. I wondered why I'd suddenly started smoking cigars. The same brand, too. Janice, try to remember what you heard me saying just before you woke me up tonight. Think.
Patrick,
Think, Janice, think.
All I heard was something like, sure.
Sure, of course. Don't you remember, Schrott? He said it that night. It was the only thing we ever heard him say. It was an expression of his. Tell us about that, one of the articles, too.
It wasn't your voice, Patrick.
You see, the brain has grown. And it's strong enough to influence not only the higher functions of the frontal lobe, but the speech centers, the motor centers of another brain.
Patrick, if this is true, then your experiment has been successful. It's ended.
Ended? It's only begun.
Patrick?
Don't you see what this means?
Patrick, listen to me.
What, Janice? What?
You've got to stop.
Stop.
I can't stand it any longer. Can't you see where it's led you? When you cut yourself off from your family, when you neglected your health, began having fits of temper and were like someone I hardly recognize as the man I married. All that I tried to understand. But don't you see what you've done? You are a murderer, Patrick, a murderer.
Janice, darling.
David told me the whole thing. The poor boy's half insane himself from worry.
Insane? What do you mean by that?
What I say. You killed Donovan. Maybe he wouldn't have lived anyway, but you killed him. And now this thing has gained such power over your mind that it can make you do things you don't even know about. For all you know, it could make you do anything. Anything. You've got to choose, Patrick.
Janice, please. I suppose you're right, but I'm utterly exhausted. I can't think even anymore. I can't think. Give me until tomorrow. Let me sleep, and then tomorrow I'll do something. I promise you.
All right, Patrick. But if you don't do something, if you don't destroy that thing, I will. The brain.
It's almost as though it heard you and were raging at you.
This way, please, Dr. Corey.
Thank you.
But, Patrick, why are we going in here? Psychiatric clinic?
I told you I'd do something, Janice, and I've got an idea.
You're having yourself psychoanalyzed. Something like that?
Something like that. I'll tell you about it later. First, I want to talk to this man alone, if you don't mind.
Dr. Zanger, this is Dr. Corey.
Well, how do you do, Dr.
How do you do?
Corey? I've heard something of your work.
Oh, yes?
And this is Mrs. Corey, huh?
Oh, of course. Excuse me.
I'm very happy to
Corey.
meet you, Mrs. Corey.
Thank you, Doctor.
Won't you come into my office, Doctor?
Janice, darling, please, dear, would you mind waiting here in the reception room? I'll be out in just a moment.
Why, certainly, dear.
In here, please, Doctor. Well, Doctor, she seems quite normal. I'd expected from what you told me on the telephone.
I know, but I can assure you, I can give you my word that, much as I hate to say this, Doctor, she is quite insane.
I see.
Paranoia. She's always been kind of jealous of my work.
Uh-huh.
But lately she's developed, she has a delusion, Doctor. She thinks that I've created some kind of a monster in my laboratory that controls my mind and my actions. I'm putting her completely in your hands.
And of course, I have heard of such cases. It's a little unusual, but since you are yourself a medical man, you definitely wish to commit her, then. Huh?
Yes. You have the papers.
Yes. Here you are. Just your signature will be enough.
There you are. You'll let me know about it, won't you?
Oh, naturally, Doctor, naturally. Well, goodbye then, Dr. Corey. We will do everything that we can.
Thank you.
Patrick?
Mrs. Corey is staying with us, Miss Wilcox.
Yes, Dr. Zanger.
Patrick! Come back! Patrick!
No, it's all right, Mrs. Corey. Just come inside with me, please.
Patrick! Where are you going? Let me go! Let me go!
Oh, Dr. Corey.
Yes?
About the bill. How do you wish it to be handled?
The bill? Oh. Sure. Sure. I'll take care of the bill by the week. The checks will be signed William H. Donovan. Sure. August 20th. Nearly 3 weeks now since Janice went away. I cannot understand how she could have left me just when I needed her most. When I tried to question Schlott or David about her, they only look at me strangely and change the subject. Clearly, they, too, are in on this conspiracy. Sometimes it seems the only person I can trust is Donovan. Donovan, the brain, communicates with me more freely now each day. I know it has some great plan in mind for me, for both of us. I'm waiting, patiently waiting. Donovan, I'm listening. Donovan. Don't be angry, Donovan. I'm trying to understand. I'm listening, Donovan. I'm listening. Sure. Sure.
Roma Wines present Suspense.
This is the Man in Black, here to introduce this weekly half hour of Suspense. Tonight from Hollywood, we bring you as star Mr. Orson Welles as the protagonist of Kurt Siodmak's novel Donovan's Brain. And now with Donovan's Brain, and with the performance of Orson Welles as Dr. Patrick Corey, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
As I sit now outside my laboratory door writing, under the heading Experiment 87, this final entry in my casebook, I know that these are the last words I shall ever write upon this earth. For those who seek some explanation, I refer them simply to this casebook. Let them read it carefully. Perhaps they may then in some measure understand, if not condone, the awful circumstances under which I have been driven to the most appalling crime against God and nature that it has ever been the fate of mortal man to perpetrate. August 24th. It's now 6 weeks, exactly 42 days since I began the experiment. For 6 weeks, by artificial means alone, I have kept alive a human brain. Completely detached from the body, floating in a bath of serum, nourished by a synthetic blood plasma fed through its arteries by an electric pump, it has remained alive. Not only alive, but I have succeeded in communicating with it. For I've even induced new growth of brain cells and so tremendously increased its mental faculties that by sheer brain power alone, it has actually been able to communicate its thoughts to me. And each day my communion with that living, pulsing mass of gray matter that was the brain of William Donovan becomes stronger and stronger. Even now I sense it striving to reveal some plan to me, something so truly world-shaking in its implications that only such an organism, developed to a point thousands of years ahead of its time, could ever have conceived it. So far I sense this only, but soon I shall know. Indeed, I shall be partner in its execution. What a fool I was ever to have considered my wife's demand that I end the experiment. It's because I refused, of course, that Janice left me a week ago without so much as a word of explanation or farewell. Even my son David and my assistant Trot are privy to this conspiracy to thwart me, for when I ask about Janice, they pretend to know nothing or seek to avoid my questions. But the brain will live. Yes, I can hear it now. The delta wave quite audible over the amplifying system I arranged. Almost as though it were calling to me, trying to speak to me. The brain will live. Donovan? What is it? What are you trying to tell me? Go on, Donovan. I'm listening. Go on. Go on. Go. Sure. Who is it?
It's me, Patrick, and David.
What do you want?
I want to talk to you, Dad.
I have no time to talk. I'm busy. I'm sorry. Go away, I tell you. I'm busy.
Please, Dad.
Can't you two leave me alone? All right. What is it? What is it?
Patrick, won't you come into the study with us for a few minutes?
What have you got to say right here? You know I can't leave the laboratory.
Dad, it's only that, we wanted to talk to you in private.
Well, don't tell me that you're afraid of this poor mass of brain cells here.
It's not that, Dad, but we...
Never mind, David. At least turn that thing off then, will you, Patrick?
What difference would it make? You could still hear, couldn't it? Well, what is it then?
Well, it's about Mother.
So, she put you up to this, did she? I thought the truth had come out sometime.
Dad, listen.
She's tried to stop this experiment from the beginning. She thought she could blackmail me into quitting by leaving me, and she still does. And now she's using you as a go-between.
Patrick, listen a minute, won't you? We haven't heard a word from Janice. We don't even know where she is. That's what we've come to talk to you about.
Oh, have you? Well, how could I know where she is?
Well, because you were the last person seen with her, Dad.
I was.
Don't you remember, Patrick? You took her into town with you. You wouldn't tell any of us why.
Yes, of course. The moment I've forgotten. But what of it?
Well, don't you remember what happened then?
Of course I remember. She left me, that's all.
Where, Dad? Where did she leave you?
Well,
what were you doing?
I don't know. We were in some big public building, City Hall, courthouse, taxis or something. Next thing I knew, she'd simply disappeared.
Is that all? Didn't she at least tell you why she was going?
No, I remember what she said. It's been a week or more. I've hardly slept. You know, I've been working night and day.
Yes, that's just it, Patrick.
What do you mean by that?
Patrick, you say this. The brain communicates with you, tells you things about its past life, suggests thoughts.
Yes,
Well, if the brain can make you think of things, mightn't it also make you forget things?
You're out of your mind.
Dad, are you sure? Are you sure you don't know what's happened to Mother?
No, I tell you, no, I don't
Patrick,
know.
Don't you see what you might have done? For heaven's name, stop now while there's still time.
Get out of here.
While there's still time to help Janice, if there is. While there's still time to help yourself. Shut off the current. Let the brain die. Kill it, Patrick. Kill it.
Get out, both of you. Get out. Get out. August 26th. The brain continues to communicate thought fragments more and more easily, but nothing further on what I've come to think of as the plan. I'm now sleeping a great deal, but my dreams are becoming increasingly troublesome, although I'm at a loss to analyze them. Most frequent is a sort of vast cosmic ballet presided over by the colossal figure of a young man whom I seem to recognize, yet I never see his face. It's as though the entire population of the Earth were moving past him in review at his command.
Sure. Now. Do it now. Sure now. Help me, someone! Help! Trot! Let go, Dad!
David!
That's Dad.
Never mind. Help me with Trot. He's fainted.
No, David. Don't let him. It's all right now.
Here's a glass of water. What's the matter? You're trembling all over. You're looking at me that way for you. Look, I'm frightened out to death.
Dad, you...
What happened here? Anyway, I came and found you on the floor with your hands around your own throat. That meant for me. Why's your luggage all packed?
I was going to leave.
Leave? In the middle of the night? Why?
Because
the fuse box has been opened. It was you, Trot. You were going to shut off the current. You were going to kill the brain.
Patrick, you tried to strangle me.
What?
It's true, Dad. That's why I had to slap you.
But that's absurd. I came in here and found Trot with his hands around his own throat. He was strangling himself.
Dad, please think a minute. Nobody can strangle himself.
Look at these marks on my throat.
Oh.
You think I could have done that?
Well, it's not possible, and yet...
It's true, Patrick, that I tried to shut off the current. I was afraid for you. But as I opened the fuse box, I heard the delta waves in the laboratory suddenly become stronger and louder than they'd ever been before. And then...
Then I...
Yes.
Then the brain knew?
Yeah, you even spoke in Donovan's voice, Patrick.
Voice, his
that
voice.
Recurring phrase of his. Sure. In his very tones, his very accent.
Sure.
You've created a monster, Patrick.
It has the power to make me commit murder. The brain must die.
Pull the switch in the fuse box, Patrick. It will only be a matter of seconds,
yes.
And then...
Yes, But
You've got to, Patrick.
Trot, David, help me. I can't move. Come to me. Pull the switch, hurry. Trot, David, go on. You too?
It's paralyzed, Patrick. Huh? The brain won't let itself be killed.
Then it has the power to live on. And on. To command us as long as we live. To make us do anything it wants. To kill. Murder.
Dad, what are we going to do?
Listen.
The brain.
It's laughing. September 7th. Trot has left. He had to, of course, for his own protection, if nothing else. Before he left, he swore to eternal secrecy, going to try to find Janice. The very thought that any harm might come to her through me is enough to drive me almost mad. As for David, although he's strong enough to prevent any untoward accidents, I don't know. He's volunteered to stay with me. He'll sleep at night behind locked doors. We must devote every faculty we possess together and independently to finding a way of destroying the brain. Perhaps while it sleeps. Although it seems to have developed tremendous powers of the subconscious which operate even in sleep. The recurring dream, the now oppressive sense of some further task to be performed continues. If Janice were only here, even her presence, I know, would help immeasurably to combat this fearful thing. Terrible thought crosses my mind. Could Trot have left if the brain had not, for some reasons of its own, actually wanted him to leave? September 10th. My thoughts are less and less my own. The dream of the young giant bestriding the earth, the figure without a face, pursues me now, even in my waking hours. Increasingly, I seem to live in a world of evil fantasy, peopled and controlled by the mind of William Donovan.
It's not much time, but time enough. Time enough. Sure. Time enough. Sure. Hello? Who is it?
Patrick?
Oh, Janice, my darling. Janice.
Hello, Patrick.
Sweetheart, darling.
How are you, Patrick?
Oh, I'm well enough. But Janice, where have you been?
Where have I been?
Yes, we had no idea. I've been half crazy worrying about you. Did Trot finally find you?
Yes. Trot found me.
Janice, why did you leave me that day? Why didn't you at least tell me? Where did you go, darling?
I was with friends.
Well, did Trot tell you anything?
No, nothing special.
Janice, I know I haven't been a very good husband these last months. I haven't been very kind or very considerate or even civilized. I haven't been myself, Janice.
I know, Patrick. My poor darling.
If you'd only known how I missed you after you left, how I needed you. I need your help, Janice.
I know, Patrick.
Terribly.
I came back to help you. But
what?
Where's David?
Well, he's asleep in the next room. That is, lately he's tried to make it a point to sleep only when I didn't. I'm trying to keep an eye on things.
Patrick, I'm going to help you.
Oh, darling.
All I can. Any way I can. But first, I want to take David away.
David? Why?
Because I don't think it's good for him to be here.
No?
I don't think that you... Patrick, I don't want to torment you. It's only that perhaps we can find a way if we know all the facts.
What, Janice?
Don't you know, really, where I was?
No, how could I?
Don't you remember where you took me?
Where I took you? I don't...
You took me to a psychiatric clinic. You had me committed to a madhouse.
Janice.
No, not you. Donovan.
Donovan.
It was because I tried to make you stop the experiment.
Yes.
Kill the brain. As you left me there, you even spoke in Donovan's voice. Sure, you said.
Sure.
I thought they were the last words I would ever hear you speak.
Oh, Janice, forgive me. Forgive me. Baby.
I couldn't persuade anyone. I was sane.
Oh, sweet.
After what you told him. Everything I said only made him think I was mad. I'm not mad, am I? I'm not mad, am I?
Janice will be gone for some 3 hours. I've sent her into town for Dr. Zanger, the psychiatrist. Maybe he can help, but now suddenly I'm overcome with the thought of the humiliation I shall have to suffer when other other medical men become aware of the position I'm in, it'll be the end of my career, my reputation, all my hopes. Folly to think that Zanger would keep it to himself, indeed. He'd have no right to. I can bear it if I must, but another way, a possibility occurs to me, and I've been thinking it over. There's no harm in trying it in any event. I must try. I have 3 hours. David!
Yes, sir?
David, what's your blood type? Do you know your blood type?
As a matter of fact, I don't think I do. Why?
No matter. We can easily find out. David, I think at last I know a way.
To kill the brain?
It's simple. It's perfectly natural. And yet 9 chances out of 10 is something Donovan had never known about. I'll do it myself. Unfortunately, my blood type and his are... they're the same.
Transfusion?
Of course, I have to replenish the blood substance periodically. Anyway, it's about time to do it again. I've always used my own because it was the same type as his, but if yours is a different type, the right type, David.
You mean the wrong type?
Yes, you've given the wrong... The brain will die given the wrong type.
Yeah.
It's possible. I'm sure of that. I know it.
But suppose the brain knows it knows other things.
I've thought of that. It's a chance we'll have to take if you're willing, David, my boy.
Of course I am.
Then we'll take the blood sample. Now come into the laboratory.
I only have the right blood type.
Sure.
Rather the wrong type.
Now, if you haven't, we'll find someone who has. Maybe shot. Now, lie down there on the table, David. We want a tourniquet on your arm here.
I'll put it
small
on.
syringe will do it.
Go ahead. I'm ready.
David, don't watch me. It'll be easier if you don't. For me.
That's a funny one. Coming from you.
Well, doctors are never quite as steady with members of their own family, you know. Ready?
Sure.
Ready. There we are. You all right?
Yeah.
You'll be through in just a second.
You getting it all right?
Yes, sure. Just a second now.
Dad, I'm sleepy.
You'll be over it in a minute.
But what's the matter? Why am I so sleepy?
You'll be all right.
Sleepy. So sleepy.
Sure. That's what an anesthetic is for. Make you sleep. I was somewhat surprised to find the instruments sterilized, already laid out, but I worked more rapidly and skillfully than ever before in my life, I think. I made an incision just below the hairline, laying back the scalp as far as the base of the skull. I trepanned the cranium at 2-centimeter intervals, working back and downwards to the upper edge of the occipital bone. With the Geely saw, I cut through the connecting bone structure and removed the entire top of the cranium, placing it in saline solution to preserve it. I made a semicircular incision in the dura mater, laying it to one side, exposing the brain. As I dissected out the facial, auditory, and pneumogastric nerves to free the medulla oblongata, I became conscious of an insistent clamoring, something like a mounting hysteria in the distant reaches of my mind. Almost as strong as the irresistible compulsion that drove me on. But my hand did not falter. With a sure stroke, I severed the spinal cord just below the first cervical nerve. As I make this last entry with that awful guilt upon my soul, even now I cannot fully comprehend how it has been possible for any man, by mortal or immortal means, to be driven to such a crime. Even the divinity himself did not demand of Abraham that final sacrifice of expiation. When he, with his only begotten son, ascended the Mount of Olives, Perhaps Schrott is right. Perhaps there is indeed in man some spark of the divine that will elude our test tubes and our laboratories until the end of time. Perhaps that is the one thing that even Donovan did not foresee. I only know that at the instant my son died under my own hand, I was set free. At that instant, I saw and understood for the first time that monstrous plan born in the brain of William Donovan, of which I was to be the instrument. It was the plan I had glimpsed but never grasped in the recurring dream. Donovan did aspire to the domination of the world. And with those tremendous mental faculties that I myself had given him, it was literally within his power to become the absolute ruler of all mankind. Only one thing was lacking, a young, strong body into which those ever-growing brain cells could graft and affix themselves to live on. And on, perhaps, for centuries. He chose the body of my son, and now... my son... At last, too late. I am free to destroy this foul thing of my creation. I know it as surely as I know that my own life must be forfeit. And the brain also knows. I can hear the disturbed, erratic oscillations of the delta waves coming through the laboratory door. But there's no room left in me now for fear. I shall take the 6 steps from the desk where I'm writing this across to the laboratory door. How often I've taken them in happier times. I shall open the door, close it behind me for the last time, and write finis to the mortal life of Patrick Arthur Corey and the brain of William Horace Donovan. May others learn from the record I leave here the lessons I've learned so bitterly and profit by them. And for the things that I have done, may God have mercy on my soul.
Phoenix, Arizona, September the 15th. The bodies of Dr. Patrick Arthur Corey and his son David were found in Dr. Corey's own laboratory early today. Young Corey had apparently died on the operating table as a result of a delicate brain operation performed by his father. In the case of Dr. Corey, medical authorities gave as their opinion that he might have died of shock as a result of the unsuccessful operation on his son. A curious feature of the case was the fact that numerous pieces of tissue identified as being from a human brain were found scattered about the laboratory floor, while a larger section of brain was found in the midst of an elaborate apparatus, evidently part of a scientific experiment. Medical authorities stated, however, that they were unable to explain the nature of the apparatus and that the brain itself was in such a state of decomposition as to indicate that it had been dead and slowly decaying for at least 3 months. Dr. Corey is survived by his wife, Janice. She was committed to the county asylum for the insane late this afternoon. Burial of Dr. Corey will be at the Mount of Olives Cemetery.
And so closes Donovan's Brain, presenting Orson Welles as star of Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by William Spear.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
thank you for joining us in the Screamatorium. Congratulations if you made it out alive. But then again, there's always next time. I must crawl into my coffin now. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
They're kooky, mysterious and spooky. They're all together ooky, the Addams Family. The house is a museum. When people come to see them, they really are a scream, the Addams Family.
Neat. Sweet. Petite.
So get a witch's shawl on, a broomstick you can crawl on. We're gonna pay a call on the Addams Family.
good night. Sleep well.